Hello and welcome to another stream of The Evil Within. To complete the Phase 1 Collectibles and Showcase playthrough as part of celebrating the game's 10th anniversary. Hey there, Tech. Let's go indeed. Welcome on in. Happy Friday the 13th. Yeah, happy Friday the 13th to you as well. Yeah. Friday the 13th. I think this might be the only one this year, I think. Unless we had one earlier this year and I just forgot. I think I remember one year there was like 3 Friday the 13ths in a row. It's a shame that there's no Friday the 13th in October. Because that would have been cool too, to have that in October. Hey there, Ifriat, welcome. Hope things are going well. So in this game, I have 2 chapters left. And in chapter 14 is the final set of keys that you can find. There's a few in chapter 14, and so far, up until this point, I've collected all the map fragments. There's still more to get, and same with newspapers and missing person posters, personal documents. Still a few of those left. But yeah, there's no more keys after chapter 14. The final chapter is chapter 15. If Fred, oh, you guess today is Friday the 13th. Oh. This is true. Yeah. Yeah, it's funny because my birth date falls on a 13th. So every so often it falls on a Friday the 13th. Tech, your nephew was born Friday the 13th in October? Oh, hell yeah. That's cool. If Red, you wonder how often there is a Friday the 13th in October. Yeah, well that's the thing too. Like, in October this year, the 13th falls on a Saturday, so it might be a few years before we get it to happen again on a Friday the 13th in October at least. If Red Day just passed 2 hours ago here in New York. Oh, did it? So just 2 hours ago? Yeah, it's so interesting with time zone differences and stuff. Like, because I stay up late, I sort of am awake when it switches over from one day to the next. Tech every 7 years? Every 7 years, wow. So yeah, it'll be definitely a long time before we get another one, unfortunately. So we're up to chapter 14. There's 2 chapters left. And I don't know how long it'll take because I'm also showcasing the environments as I go through and taking my time. If there's any environments that we've already seen, though, like if there's a room that has similar kind of things in it, like, desks and stuff, I'm not going to, stop and look at every single room. But if there's enough of a difference in an area to warrant having a look around and just showcasing the environment, then I will. And later on, I'll be doing another stream of Watch Dogs 1. But this stream, we're going to be finishing the game. If you spent 2 years in Salem, Massachusetts for a job once, their Halloween scene was ridiculous. Oh, was it really? That would have been interesting too, as well. Obviously, given, the history and what had happened there so long ago.
Joseph, you've got to be alive.
Ifrit, yeah, the history of the witch trials, they monetized the shit out of LoL, to the point some citizens were complaining about it. I could definitely see the points of view on it, because, like, it's one of those things where enough time has passed, but also one of those things where if there's still surviving members of a family that was affected by it, I could definitely understand them not being, too happy about the kind of commercialized aspect of it. And it's the same for, like, serial killers and all that kind of stuff. Like, I'm sure a lot of the families of the victims who are still alive, the families, that is, who are still alive, I'm sure that sometimes they sort of, like, whenever there's a new movie or, documentary on the person who killed their, their son or their daughter or their wife or their husband, or any other family member, I could definitely understand them sort of being, upset at that kind of focus. Hey Wayne, take it easy, I'm just needling you. I love that quote. Whenever you antagonize someone, but then you backtrack on it. If read right, the glorification of serial killers is another issue. This is true, The thing about those sorts of things is that, like, I understand the curiosity about it on the level of what did they do, what type of person were they, what kind of upbringing did they have, what kind of family did they grow up with, what are some of the warning signs that they showed early on that, people might be able to use as a bit of a guide to help, just in case there's someone that they come across that is displaying some of those sort of like early signs, you know, like children killing animals and things, you know, like those kinds of stuff. But yeah, from the perspective of people who get off on how the person killed people, like all that kind of stuff, obviously, is like, yeah, you know, glorifying that stuff is just like, nah, that's not, you know what I mean? Like, terrible things that someone does to another person, whether they survive or they die, regardless, you know, sort of like reveling in that and enjoying that kind of stuff. Like, for me, it's one thing to enjoy that kind of thing in a movie, in a video game where it's all fictional, there's no real people being hurt, and it's part of the immersion of what you're experiencing. Like, I can understand people enjoying that kind of stuff, you know, but there has to be a line drawn, obviously, and it's one of those things where, yeah, the glorification of some things like serial killers in a way where it's celebrated what they did, you know. Like, I could understand if the serial killer had killed someone who was like really, really, really terrible. Like, yeah, I could understand why some people might be like, well, good on the serial killer for killing that person. But if the serial killer has also killed other people that weren't like that, you know, it's like that kind of thing would be wrong to sort of glorify in that way. It's like, yeah, they got rid of that piece of shit, which is a good thing, but that doesn't excuse the other things that they did with the other people that didn't deserve it, you know. But then there's lines of like who deserves what, and you know, what level of punishment does someone deserve, you know. And that's something that, you know, everyone has their own idea of, depending on what the situation is as well. Some might seem to feel like death is the only, you know, way to do it, like the death penalty and stuff. Whereas others might feel like the thing to do is to, you know, put in prison and, you know, try and rehabilitate as well. Things like that. But yeah, like you look at so much stuff like Jack the Ripper murders and all that kind of thing, and that's been used in a lot of fictional stuff. I don't know like how many people live now who might have actually been related to people who were related to the people who'd been killed, you know. Hey there, Wayne. Happy Friday to you, dude. Thank you. I definitely will have a good stream. This is the second last chapter, so I plan to finish it in this stream. If you think there's a sense of wonder in how someone's upbringing could bring them to do that sort of thing, that's true, you know, because curiosity is like a human trait that is natural. You know, it's natural to have that curiosity about things. Obviously, there's some things to be curious about that you shouldn't act on, obviously, but there's also things to be curious about. Like, for example, it's good to be curious about things that could help people with their health, you know, like curious, I wonder what this would be like, you know, would this actually help? You know, would eating this kind of food actually help or not, you know? Tech, what is interesting about people like that is their ability to max out their charisma skill to the point where logic nearly goes out the window. It shows more about us than them, like the cannibal with women trying to marry him whilst on trial for the judge actually liking him as a person. If you like the idea of killers killing bad people, you'd like Dexter the show. Yeah, that was something that I didn't know about the show until recently, because I never watched it. Like, I'd heard of it, of course, but I never actually watched the show, so I didn't realize that that was actually the premise. And I think it's kind of an interesting premise to take as well, because it's like with movies that are about the mafia, or movies that are about individuals that, yeah, they're doing things that shouldn't be aspired to. They're doing things that shouldn't be encouraged, that other people, you know, shouldn't do. There's elements, though, within those characters of good things, you know, and it's those things that can be used to connect someone to someone. It doesn't mean that they excuse and agree with the stuff that they've done that, you know, like, if you've got a movie about someone who has a family member who's really struggling with their health and is on their deathbed, and you have a character who's robbing people for that, does it excuse them robbing people? No, it doesn't, but there's a level of human understanding you can have where it's like, a family member in being in that situation. You know, there's people in the world who are either going through that or will go through that, unfortunately, or have gone through that, unfortunately. You know, that's going to happen too. So I feel like, not having watched it, but just thinking about things in that terms, I imagine like the show Dexter. It could be one of those things where, yeah, you know, killing these people that really are pieces of shit, like that would be something that people could latch onto, you know, and say, well, you know, that's a good thing amongst all this other stuff. But that's wild. Thing about the cannibal and all that with marrying him whilst on trial. I don't know. You know, there has to be some. There's probably been studies done on that kind of stuff, but yeah, I don't know. It's just, but the human condition, the human psyche and stuff is just, you just don't know. You know what I mean? Hey there, Caleb. Welcome back. After missing the last few streams. Oh, that's all good, Caleb. You know, welcome back to another stream. I hope that things are going well. Hope you've been good. Hey there, Calm. How's it going? Thanks for the stream, Rod. Game looks cool. Oh, no trouble at all, Calm. Yeah, this game is rough around the edges in both some gameplay aspects and also visuals. But I really like the rough around the edges visuals and things. It really, really fits a horror, you know, scenario and stuff. And the gameplay, rough around the edges stuff, it can be frustrating at times. Like, there are moments where it's like, come on, game. Like, for example, in the previous chapter, or was it the chapter before? I think it was the chapter before. There's a part where you basically can't go anywhere. You have to stay where you are and deal with these enemies who have the higher ground above you. And the problem with that is there's a part where the camera moves automatically and you can't move it back, and it moves, and the enemies meanwhile are still able to position themselves and get ready to attack you. So by the time the camera controls get back to you, or given back to you, you're already inundated with enemies throwing dynamite and all this kind of stuff. It's like, I get it, they want people to be like, holy shit, there's something right there, but if the player is actually wanting to move the camera back to where they are, then you should let them do it. It shouldn't be a thing of, take away control of the camera from the player while you show that there's an enemy attacking. Meanwhile, other enemies are about to attack and, you know, get an advantage on you. All that kind of stuff, you know. Ifrit, right. Anyway, you said more than you were planning to. Enjoy the stream, brother. Oh, that's all good, Ifrit. No problem at all. Thank you so much for dropping in for a bit. And I hope that you have a great rest of your Friday. And I hope you have a good weekend as well. Caleb, yeah, just been out of it last couple of weeks with some type of food poisoning and clearing out your system. Oh, damn. Well, I hope you get 100% soon. I don't know what it's like getting food poisoning, but I can imagine it's definitely a rough time. So I hope you're feeling, you know, better. But that would be really, really, you know, I imagine painful as well. Heck, there's another famous serial killer where he's on a game show, adding to the complexity of how we understand how they think socially with an innate ability to blend in. Oh, famous, infamous. Yeah, well, that's the thing, right? Like, you know, you get people that are outward with things. You know, like the person who runs up to someone, punches them in the face, and then robs them. You know, they're doing something, you know, out in the open. You know, but then you get the people who are very, very conniving, and they'll befriend someone and they'll get that person to, you know, get to know them, but all they're getting to know is a mask of them. And so that gives them the advantage over the unsuspecting person, you know. So you got things like that too where that goes on. Wayne, The Rage Within is your favorite game. Stop lying. I mean, it is a great game. I do enjoy it. It's just that, yeah, there's those parts where it's just so frustrating. But overall, I really like this game a lot. That's why I keep coming back to it. Calm gaming and camera angles, eternal struggle. It really is, you know. Like, I believe that you should give the player as much freedom to move the camera as possible. Because it's like, yeah, you might want to, in a visual or cinematic way, you might want to present something in a fashion that's, you know, oh my god, this is intense, you know, suspense or something like that. But at the end of the day, you're also doing a video game, so you need to still allow the player that, you know. Because if you've played the game before, you don't need to keep seeing that camera movement back to, you know what I mean? You've already seen it, so you should have control over the camera, regardless of whether you've done that part before or not. You know, be able to move it around and, you know, stuff like that. Caleb, you're feeling way better today than you have. Oh, that is good. It's definitely good to be going in that direction and feeling better. Tech, you're getting into psychopath versus sociopath. Yeah, and that's the other thing too. Like, you hear those words so often, and like some of them. I know this isn't the case, or it wouldn't be the case, but some just seem so interchangeable. But I'm definitely, obviously, sure there's a there's definitely a real difference between the two.
My doctor told me that I was going deaf. That news was hard to hear.
Hey there, Doctor Darling. Thank you so much for redeeming that as a Bane impression. There's supposed to be a key. So I'm using a guide, so at the start of the chapter, approach the neon yellow sign to the left. Alright. Neon yellow sign. Okay, so it's not at the start of the chapter. I like that. Do not lean out. There we go, so there's that key. I've been waiting until I've got all the keys on purpose before actually going into the locker area and opening them up. Simply because I want to just make sure that I'm keeping up to date with what number key I'm actually getting. Because the guide, of course, numbers each key. So I'd rather make sure that I'm still seeing the number corresponding to how many keys I've already collected. I mean, I could go into the menu and go into archives and have a look each time, but I just find it easier. Besides, it's not like, you know, you can't get by in the whole game without using any of the lockers. But you get some items in there, like you get green gel, you get ammo for different things as well. But when I do get all the keys, because this is the final chapter that actually has keys in it, once that happens, then I'll actually start to use them. And the good thing is I'll have all these goodies that I can probably take advantage of. So that is the 41st key taken care of. Tech, a boy meets a girl at her sister's funeral. She really liked him. How can she make sure to see him again? A boy meets a girl at her sister's funeral. Okay, so he meets someone and it's their sister's funeral. She really liked him. How can she make sure to see him again? Now the thing about these sort of riddles is that there's usually a clue in some of the wording as to the answer and stuff. A boy meets a girl at her sister's funeral. She really liked him. How can she make sure to see him again? I'm sorry, Tech, but you've lost me. I've got no idea what the answer is. I was trying to think of what it could be, but then I was like, nah, I'm not going to be able to even guess. Oh dear. We're close enough to the start of the chapter that I don't mind restarting it. I was just a fraction off from getting that timing right. Tech, she kills her other sister. Psychopath question, easily answerable to them. Oh, I see now, yeah. So a boy meets a girl at her sister's funeral. She really liked him. How can she make sure to see him again? She kills her other sister. Psychopath question, easily answerable
Joseph,
to them.
You've got to be alive.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's like some of the lengths people will go to make sure that certain things they want is achieved, you know, and all that, like, yeah, that, and I'm sure that there's probably real world examples of plenty of people doing that kind of stuff as well for just whatever kind of, like, reason I guess they rationalize. There we go. So there's map fragment 26. Tech rationale is how do you replicate the situation to get the result you want? You repeat the circumstance. And then people are like, you know, so sort of like hell bent on that's the only way to achieve it, that they don't think about, you know, other things that could possibly, you know, be a way to try and get the things that they want. You know, obviously there's things that it's like, you know, no one should want that. But there's things where it's like, if someone wants, you know, to buy something, right? Then, you know, they might be like, the only way I can get this is to steal it. It's like, well, no, there are other ways that you could get it. Like, it doesn't mean that those ways are easy or that they're easier than doing that. But it's like, what is the risk and the reward? You know, like, sure, you could steal that thing, but what if you get caught? And the idea of doing something like that and being like, well, what if I get caught? Well, what if I don't? You know, that sort of like back and forth where it's like, what if I don't? But what if I do? What if I don't? You know, and some people obviously risk that, and sometimes they succeed. Sometimes they succeed for a short term. They don't in the long term because what happens? Oh, someone they didn't notice actually remembers seeing them and knows what they look like and gives a description, and then you know what I mean. So there's certain things that it might look like the easiest way to get it, even though it might be something that's bad, but it's like that doesn't mean that you should go for it. Doesn't matter if there's a probability that you might succeed. You shouldn't be worried about the might succeeding. You should be worried about the actually not succeeding, and just be like, no, and resist that temptation and stuff. But yeah, it's interesting, like when you put it in those terms, where it's like, a scenario where someone wants to get the same situation, so they basically do something that is really, really messed up to get it. I just got fired from my kitchen job for stealing. I thought it was worth the risk. Good one, Dr. Darling. Thanks for redeeming that as an Arnie impression. Tech, you would have arrested him for beating that egg. If that was the case, then he would have become all scrambled. Note from Myra. My dearest Sebastian, if you receive this letter, then I fear the worst has come to pass. It means that my investigation got too close to the truth. It means that you may never see me again. I'm sorry I kept it from you, but it was to protect you from either the truth or my madness. I've enclosed a copy of my files. I only hope that you never receive them, but if you do, it's up to you to finish what I started. Please, find justice for Lily, and for me. I love you with all of my heart. Myra.
Don't you think you should use your green gel?
Tech, he peed his pants when you startled him with the news. Do you think that was really Rice to do something like that? Dr. Darling, dogs will be watching today. They definitely will be. It'll probably be another short stream depending on how long this game takes me. But I do intend to do another Watchdog stream today, though. Doing these 2 chapters in this game shouldn't hopefully take 10 hours, but but you never know. Fire at office. Office linked to foreign intelligence burned. Arrests made. Building housing Building housing community outreach center burns to the ground. There were allegations the center was a front for foreign intelligence. Missing Avan. Missing Avan Diaz. Freelance journalist never returned from covering a story. His camera and notebook were found in the village of Elk River. So this is the journalist that in the story we've seen him in a room saying things like, no, no, not that way, no. And talking about, Rubik's eye, all that kind of stuff. It's not like he could actually get that. That guy. That's who this missing persons poster is about. Okay, so we have 2 personal documents left to get. One of these documents, we've got 2 map fragments left to get. 1 more newspaper, 3 more missing person posters, 2 more audio tapes. And they're just keys that you find in the game world, not the keys that you use to open lockers. That's right, Calm. Some more Aiden Pierce Watch Dogs action later. That current playthrough being just music only, I'll be doing my annual playthrough of that game as well, so that one will be a playthrough that is actually with dialogue and sound effects enabled. So we'll be doing a quote-unquote normal playthrough of Watch Dogs, but I thought I'd do that music-only one first as a separate thing, because then I can get that done, because I wanted to do that element, and then for my annual playthrough of Watch Dogs 1, 2, and Watch Dogs Legion, I wanted to play Watch Dogs 1 on realistic difficulty for the annual playthrough. Tech, you'd really like to see the realistic playthrough. Yeah, I've never actually played Watch Dogs on that difficulty before, so it'd be interesting to see how difficult it actually is, because there's so many things in that game that playing on the same difficulty for years, I just take for granted. So playing on a harder mode, it's really going to be interesting to see what limitations I need to put on my usual tactics, and things like that. Or what different tactics I might need to start to learn and things. Okay, so... Oh, shit. Good thing I ducked. Grab that. Okay, so I've pretty much got half health. I'm going to take this opportunity to actually use this Medipack, which will also increase the maximum health I can have. If you can help it, it's good to use this when you're not surrounded by enemies, because momentarily you can't actually attack until that wears off. Calm, always an interesting stream on the Road Legion channel. Well, thank you so much, Calm. I'm glad that you enjoy. That's definitely awesome. Tech, when can you plan to see that stream? That's actually a good question. I need to do it before the year ends. So it could possibly be November, I think, when I get to that. Because October, I've got a lot of horror games to get through. And I've still got the Tomb Raider Marathon. But I might need to switch days around eventually in October to help include the horror stuff I've got. But at the same time, I've also got to think about what horror games I might need to get out of the list that I've got in the list already. There's some games that I'm doing in October that I already know and can say, because I know I'm going to get to them, like Alan Wake 1, I'm going to be doing a playthrough of that. Alan Wake 2, I'm going to be doing a playthrough of that. However, I'm going to be doing New Game Plus with that. And the thing about it is that New Game Plus isn't just get all the weapons that you had, it's also story differences and changes that happen in that New Game Plus mode. I just don't have time to play through the game, the first run through, and then again on New Game Plus to get the full story overall. But New Game Plus, I'll be able to come up with some kind of message in chat about like spoilers and stuff for that version, and then etc. Alien Isolation, as well as this game, Evil Within. So there'll be playthroughs of those horror games in October for sure. But there's and Resident Evil 3. I want to do a celebration of its 25th, and same with Silent Hill 4's 20th. But apart from that, the other horror games that I've got in mind, I might not get to them, so I don't want to say what they are yet until I actually know for sure I'll get to them. But there's some of the games that'll be in October anyway. Dr. Darling, Medipacks? No. Lara would be like, no. Not going to use the Medipack, even though I have 1,000 and it's the final level. Hey there, Lynch Mob. Welcome. How's things going for you today? So a lot of these movie posters I've already shown. I don't think I saw one for the pig close up enough to be able to look at it good. But just to show a quick overview of some of these. White fog. Wish I could read that top text, but it's all just blurry and shit. The Pig. A Tango film. Tango works. The lovely story of a something something. I can't read the rest because it's all just blurred and not in high definition. What? You can't headshot him with the sniper rifle? Are you fucking kidding me? What? What? Fair enough. Okay. I guess, yeah. Mob just got back from playing Harry Potter Quidditch with friends, and turns out you're really good at scoring points for your team. Just hate when the opposing team catches the snitch and they get 30 points regardless if they're losing or winning. Oh yeah, Mob. Yeah, that would definitely be annoying, you know? Because, yeah, it's like... And I get it, you know, that's the rules of the game in the actual world. But still, it doesn't help when they can do that when you think you might be actually winning, you know? I'll give a showcasing of this environment soon. Just want to take care of some stuff first. the brain UI is cool with choosing weapons. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's definitely a good way to match all the sort of like things related to what's going on in the story and stuff. I like when games do that a lot. It's not just in the visuals of the environments and stuff and in the story, it's also in the UI and sort of like the way that they make things look in it and stuff. The brain juice and all that kind of thing. I did it again. The same button to drop a match is the same button to put your weapon away. Alright, so I need to backtrack to get... There's a key. Alright, string of subway cars. Proceed to the right through the carriages. The figurine is at the end of the carriage on the right hand side. It could also be not this carriage, but the one where that enemy was that I blew up. Yeah, so looking at the image, it'd be on that. There's a poster of the black hair curse or something on this side. Not here. Alright, so now to backtrack all the way at the start of this area so I can actually showcase the environment now that these enemies are dealt with. Sugar bomb. Yep. Wayne, looking forward to any new or upcoming games? Silent Hill 2, Frankstone, etc. Next year I'm looking forward to the next Dark Pictures game. Directive 8020. Um, the Until Dawn remake, I think that's coming out this year. That's what I'm interested in as well, the remake of Until Dawn. It's not a game, but I'm very curious about the next DLC for Alan Wake 2, the Lake House, I think it is. It'd be cool to get another Evil Within, but if we are, I doubt it'll be next year. But yeah, an Evil Within 3 would be good. I actually saw this new Alien game, but it's actually a VR game. Which I was like, oh, means I'm not going to get it then. Yeah, Wayne, if you've played or seen played anything like Until Dawn, or even if you haven't, they're games that are narrative. There's QTEs for certain things, like getting away from an enemy. So there's no actual like run up to an enemy and start fighting it kind of gameplay. But if you like games, if you also like games that are like that, and there's like dialogue choices and also decisions to make on the fly, like should the character block the door or should they just run? You know, things like that too. I won't showcase for a long time every single like subway car. There might be some differences here and there, but overall it's pretty much the same. Hey there, Mr. Gote. Welcome. It's that Evil Within time again. How did the T-800 go? Did you kill him last night? I did. I managed to figure out what was going on. There was actually a glitch that was ruining things. So the room where the android was, if you first enter into it and it's already flooded, then the glitch is active. And what the glitch does is, because the water is already in the room, it means that the valve that you would normally shoot to let the water out doesn't actually exist anymore. And the thing about that is when you actually shoot the valve and let the water out, another door up above actually opens. If the glitch is active, that door is not open, even though the valve is gone and the water is in the room. So if you make a save at a certain point before entering that room and it's filled with water, you need to have another save before that point and reload it, because that's when the glitch is actually active. So because that glitch is active, if you save it at a certain point and you go into the room and the water's already there, it doesn't matter if you reload your current save, it'll still load the room up with the water in it. So what you need to do is you need to get to the room again. If there's no water in it, you then shoot the valve, which then opens the door up above, also lets the water out. Then what you need to do is you need to obviously get off the ground onto something that isn't where the water is, and then shoot at the android while it's in the water, so that when it actually starts to get electrified and stuff, it'll be damaged enough to be destroyed. But then what you need to do is you need to actually get an item off the android. So to get the item off the android after destroying it, and the water is still in the room and the electrical current is still going, you need to make your way up to the top to the door that has been opened because you shot the valve, pull a lever which then drains the water out of the room, and then you go back down to the lower level and then you get the item off the android. But the exit, if you drain the water out, is actually blocked off. So you then need to, after you've collected the item, make your way back up to the top and then go back to the lever and pull it again to put the water back in, which of course remains electrified. But then the exit is actually open. So once I actually found out that that water glitch was actually happening and figured out what was going on, I was able to actually get past it and eventually finished it. So yeah, that's how it went down. So finally got through it. But yeah, it's just really buggy, the last few levels in that game. And I hope that if they do a remaster of it, I hope that they actually fix that issue. Surely there's something in the programming that can be done to actually fix it. You try to stay up as much as possible, but you're so tired. Oh, that's all good, dude. You know, I've been there too, where someone's streaming and I really want to watch, you know, longer, but I just can't because I'm just like beat, you know. So I can definitely understand that, and that's no worries at all, dude. I hope you had a really good rest. Hope you're having a good Friday so far.
gotta be a way to get up there somehow.
This guide is confusing me, and I hate when that happens with guides, where it's like... Oh, there we go. Alright. Right, so this is the carriage with the key in it. There we go. Just wanted to make sure because I saw it there before, but it made me think I'd missed the key I was looking for. So this is actually the key in the guide that I'm up to. There we go, so key number 42. Wonder if that tastes like bubble gum. Actually, I wouldn't want to try. Yeah, Wayne, that's the thing about like Assassin's Creed Shadows is Ubisoft Quebec is the one who's in charge of it, and usually, while they can be good with gameplay side of things, it's what they decide to try and do with the story and the lore of the series that is very sort of like underwhelming, because they seem to have this aversion to basically matching things up to what has already come out. The analogy I like to use is, imagine there's a series and at the end of the first season it ends on a character revealing a secret that the season had been building up to, right? Now imagine if new writers came on board for season 2, and what do they do at the start of season 2? They make it that that revelation was just a dream, and then that's it. Then the rest of the season doesn't address anything else related to that. Like, if you're coming into a show and you're new writers on something, you need to make sure that you're actually coming up with stuff that actually matches what happened in the previous season, you know? So it's like with video game franchises as well. New writers and everything on another game need to make sure that the things that they're doing actually matches what came before. And it's okay to come up with new stuff, and you should come up with new stuff, but not at the expense of ruining things that are already locked in stone, because you want your new thing to take precedent, or you want your new thing to be more important, or you want your new thing to be just a new thing on its own, you know, as well. And so with Assassin's Creed, I'm very, very critical of what gets done to the lore of the series. And so it's like, with Quebec in charge now of the overall series, it's no longer just, oh, here's a game that they're working on, and their game only might be the one that's compromised in terms of the lore, but they're in charge of the overall series now, moving forward, which means they have way more control over what happens with the franchise moving forward, which makes me more concerned that they're just going to ruin things and all that kind of stuff. Now, they might not. They might have learned their lessons from the past, and they might actually do something with the lore of the series that actually matches what came before. But I'm not willing to pay money to find that out. So that's why I don't care about spoilers. So when the game comes out, I'm going to be watching people play it, and I'm going to be reading spoiler reviews. I don't care if I find out what happens in the story beforehand, because I feel like, for my own purposes, I need to make sure that it matches what I'm hoping for, and things that I don't want to see happen with the lore of the series. And if it ends up that they've done some really cool things, then that'll make me, you know, much more open to whatever they've done. But if they haven't, I don't need to pay money to find that stuff out. You know, I can just find out what happens in the story and know from that standpoint, nothing to bother with as well. But it's going to be the same with every Assassin's Creed game moving forward, not just Shadows. I did that with Mirage as well. I wasn't just going to buy it just for the sake of it being a new game in the series. I wanted to make sure that, at the very minimum, I could see, once it came out, certain things that made me realize, okay, now it's a game that I'm interested in enough to actually want to put money down for it, you know. But with Quebec, there's an extra level of wanting to make sure that things are actually 100% the way that I hope, you know. Like, I don't have any sort of expectations for what I want them to do with the lore of the series, but I won't know until the game comes out. You know, I don't want to pay money to play the game to find out that stuff. Like, obviously there's gameplay things that, it's one thing to look at a gameplay. Like, you can tell a lot from gameplay, don't get me wrong. Like, you can definitely make informed decisions on just seeing gameplay of something, whether you want to buy it or not. But also, there's some things that you don't know until you actually have the controller in your hand or playing on PC, where you're actually feeling how things are. You know, controls, you don't necessarily know if the controls are going to be very responsive until you play it, right? Whereas you can see footage of the game being played and you can't get that information from it. So yeah, with Assassin's Creed Shadows, with Quebec behind that one. I just don't trust them with the lore of the series, so I'm just very cautious about that stuff. And it's the same with all the other Assassin's Creed stuff coming out. Because I'm at the point now as a fan where I don't care if I have to never play a new Assassin's Creed ever again. Like I'm willing to do that, because there's so many games in the series that I do enjoy. It's the same with any franchise, whether it's Resident Evil, Silent Hill, whether it's Mortal Kombat, whether it's Alan Wake, if it's Evil Within. You know, if it gets to a point where I'm not happy with stuff, I don't feel like, oh, I still need to get it because I'm a fan of the franchise, you know. Some of the small side quests or collectible manuscripts are better stories than the main quest in URAC. Yeah, that can definitely happen too, as well. You know, like just the smaller things that aren't necessarily the main focus at all. Because you get some side stuff that plays into the main stuff. That's optional to do, of course. But you get some stuff where it's just like a complete separate thing that is really cool. Wayne, cheers for that info. Didn't know best part of it. Not long back in AC, just getting to grips with developers and fans' opinions on current state of the series, etc. Yeah, you know, we all, as gamers, like there's always like the minimum of things that we're willing to, you know, accept, or things that we want to see, and that, and there's also like a more maximum thing where it's like, no, if the game absolutely does not meet these maximum requirements, you know. And that's the thing, right? Like, if someone doesn't want to play a game because there's certain things that they don't like about what's happening, that's fair enough, you know. And as individuals, people should be able to make those decisions and all that kind of stuff. Carmen, honestly, the official Ubisoft Twitch channel has a great streamer, Chris, on their team, can watch and hold off on purchasing. Oh, that is really cool too, as well. That's the great thing about Twitch and, you know, YouTube, is that there's so many different channels and stuff that you can go to, you know, find out information about things. And see things being played, and all that, which can help make decisions. Journal of Sebastian Castellanos, December 20, 2012. No word from Myra since I received the packet. I'm afraid to take this evidence to my superiors. What Myra is suggesting is horrifying and may reach corridors of power beyond my reach, but the evidence she provided is enough to convince me that Lily's death was not an accident. They've finally accepted Myra as a missing persons case, but refused to involve me. They say it's because I'm family, but I think that they consider me a suspect. The investigation has stalled, but for the sake of my family, I will continue the investigation on my own. Okay, so that is personal document 15. Then there'll be a missing person poster and a newspaper.
Have you forgotten something?
Missing? But she's...
Tatiana. Missing Tatiana Gutierrez. Nurse at Beacon Mental Hospital. Disappeared while working on a late shift. No evidence of her ever having left the building. Ah, yes, so this time the newspaper's on the floor behind the desk. Hospital case sealed. Mental hospital case sealed. Chief of staff points finger at former doctor. Nurse missing. Poor Sebastian. Yeah, good one, Calm. Slime shampoo. Very slimy. Alright, key 43. And there's 2 more keys left in this chapter, and the game itself. In chapter 15, there's no keys. How come that trap didn't go off when I actually came through this first time? That's weird. Now we have a line coming up soon where Sebastian is like, what am I? An electrician? And in Alan Wake 1, there's a part where you have to mess with some electrical stuff, and the other character, Sarah Breaker, tells you to, work on it. And then Alan Wake is like, what am I? An electrician? Calm, that's sneaky, hiding the trap in the water. It really was, Like, little tricks like that can be annoying, of course, but also you just have to sort of like think about how clever it is when they actually do put things like that into. I was trying to just figure out where that spinning thing is coming from, and there's no fan, like there's nothing on that literally to see. Junction box fuse. A high voltage fuse from a junction box. It is still intact and can be used again. Don't know what happened to the enemy. They just completely disappeared. Interesting. Yeah, Calm, it's like he just went into a hiding spot, a haystack, or just completely disappeared into thin air. Hey Lucas, how's things going?
wandered into some kind of nest?
Okay, so here's map fragment 27. Alright, so in terms of like maps and all that kind of stuff, newspapers, missing person posters, personal documents, and newspaper, yeah, I already mentioned newspapers. That's all of those for chapter 14. I still have 2 keys though to get in this chapter. Alright, so just want to double check something for the next chapter. Okay, so personal documents. If I go to archive, let's have a look. Personal documents 15 of 16. Okay, so the final personal document is in the next chapter. Missing persons poster. According to this, I've fucking missed one. Because in the next chapter, there's only one. Oh my fucking god. The good thing is, though, at the end of the game, you can do like chapter select. I'm pretty sure. But yeah. Man, I hate this. You try and follow a guide like fine tooth comb, and you end up missing out on shit. Okay, audio tape. There must be one I've missed as well. Oh no, there's 2. Okay, so that's fine. So in chapter 15, there's 2 audio tapes, and I've got 2 left to get. So that works out fine. Newspapers, already gotten them all, so they're all collected. Map fragments, just 1 more left to get, and that's in the next chapter. But yeah, the missing person posters. I wonder which one I could have actually forgotten. Alright, let's have a look at another guide just to cross-reference. Missing persons posters. Hopefully it should actually go through each one. And then I can just see which ones I might be missing. Alright, so number 1 is Leslie. Number 2 is Oscar. 3 is Valerio. 4 is Fernando. 5 is Pastor Graciano. 6 is Chris. 7 is Ruben. 8 is Patrick. 9 is Marcello. 10 is Inspector Brown. 11 is Joseph. 12 is Ivan. 13 is Tatiana. So I've got missing woman and... okay. Alright. Sebastian Castellanos is the final missing person poster. Okay, so that makes sense then. So in that case, even though like that they really should have mentioned that in the guides, you know what I mean? But I assume that once you actually, get to a certain point, you'll get it. So they probably felt there was no need to tell you about it because you're going to get it anyway. Oh no. No. Oh! Okay. So it's found in Chapter 2 Remnants on the Safe Haven notice board at the start of the level during a New Game Plus. Okay. Alright, well that's good to know because I want to, of course, get all the collectibles, so I'll have to get that on New Game Plus, and I want to show that on stream. So I'll start a New Game Plus playthrough just to get that final missing person poster before finalizing the stream. Because in October, to get through the game faster, I'm actually going to play through, I think, on New Game Plus and get through it a bit better in that way. Are the keys collectibles or they unlock something? Yeah, so they're both. They're collectibles, but they also unlock the lockers that are actually in this kind of area, and you can get items from them, like ammo and stuff like that. It's completely randomized. Like there's a certain amount of green gel in terms of like each individual pickup that will always be there, but which locker it's in though changes. And for all the other lockers, it's randomized what kind of ammo in which locker you'll get. And I wanted to make sure that I got all the keys first and could cross-reference the number before actually using any of them. So I still have all the keys I've collected to be able to use in these lockers here. And in total, there's 45 in the game. Hey there, Schiller. Welcome, dude. Things are going good. Was just looking at the collectibles I have left. There's actually a missing person poster which you can only get in a New Game Plus run on the second chapter. So knowing that, before I can finalize the stream, once I finish the game, I need to start a New Game Plus save. What I'll do is I'll just skip cutscenes when I get to that part. But yeah, it's going well, Schiller. How's things going with you today? Hope you're having a good Friday. Schiller Collectibles hid behind New Game Plus? Yeah, it's a little bit of an underhanded tactic, because I was looking at the guide and how many I had left to collect versus how many the game has recorded me collecting. And I'm like, hang on. So I had to go to the wiki to actually see each individual missing person poster, and then I saw the final one and the description of how to actually get it. You're going good. You're just getting sick, so you're looking forward to the end of the day. Oh, sorry to hear about that, dude. I really hope that you don't go, 100% sick, that you're able to, feel 100% better real soon as well. I don't blame you for looking forward to the end of the day either as well. How much roughly time do you have left? Sheila, you're home in about 6.5 hours. Well, I hope it goes really quick for you, man. Because, yeah, being sick and having that many hours left, or getting sick, I hope that it goes quickly for you so you can get back home. No worries, dude.
Shit. This is dead. Damn it. What am I, an electrician?
Yeah, there we go. You said the line. Alright, so here's this key. 44 keys, one more left in the game to get. Thank you, Lucas, for redeeming the Arnie movie scene impression. Okay, so I've got one. It's Coke. Mess up the bed. Remember, you had a good time with Sally. Open the door. Yeah? Where's Sully? In the shower. Who are you? Room service. Open the door. Move back a little. Hey, Sully! You scared, motherfucker? Well, you should be, 'cause it's a Green Beret's gonna kick your big ass. I eat Green Berets for breakfast, and right now, I'm very hungry. Can't believe this macho bullshit. Fuck you, asshole. Fuck you, asshole. These guys eat way too much red meat. Where is she? Cook. Let's go. That's from the movie Commando. Just to fill in some gaps, that's actually a fight scene from the movie that's taking place. Thanks for redeeming that, Lucas. And there we go. Collected the final key in the game. Okay, so it won't show up there. These are just like key items, not keys. But that is all the statues collected, 45 out of 45. Now for the rest of the playthrough, I just need to worry about map fragments and all that kind of stuff. Lucas, when you said fuck you asshole, that sounded spot on like him. Oh really, Lucas? Oh, thank you. Yeah. Fuck you, asshole. Yeah. It's fun to swear in the Arnie impression. Lucas, damn, what happened here? So without spoiling anything, there's been some really messed up mind fucks going on, and part of that mind fuck is how things look. Earlier in the game's story, right at the start, there was like a big earthquake that ravaged the city, and so these are kind of like the remnants of that. That's interesting. The conversation we're going to see with Ruvik here, they have already loaded up that ahead of actually opening this door. Interesting. Hey there, Jim. Welcome. You're back on your laptop to watch Twitch. For some reason, your account on Xbox locked you out and won't recognize your password. Oh, that really sucks, Jim, when that kind of shit happens. That's really annoying. Bloody hell. Hopefully you can get that sorted so you can access things on your Xbox as well. It's very frustrating. I hope things have been going well today otherwise. We're on the second last chapter and going to be finishing the game today. Almost have all the collectibles. The only ones I have left are now in the next chapter. Although there is one that you can only get on a New Game Plus in Chapter 2. So I'll be getting that as well. But going pretty good. Making good progress. Lucas, you usually watch from your phone. Oh yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah, I very rarely watch from my phone. Twitch and YouTube. It's only really like through my laptop or sometimes through the PlayStation. Just depends.
You've published my research in your name again. Did you think I wouldn't find out?
And I have done you a favor. You have no credentials. You'd never appear in a reputable journal otherwise. Nobody in the world knows you even exist.
Oh, but they will know. I have surpassed you in every way you can imagine. No matter. I have what I need. All that's left is the procedure.
Indeed. That is why we are here.
We? You wouldn't dare. You couldn't complete it without me.
Precisely.
Trying to make me feel sorry for you?
And there we go, chapter 14. Gonna save. And then I'm gonna go into the model viewer and just showcase and look at the character models for things that we saw in chapter 14 and read their bio. Jim, yeah, been raining all day. Predicted thunderstorm tonight. I don't mind the raining weather as long as it doesn't flood. That's for sure. Wow, they're pissed. Absolutely, Jim. Oh yeah. A lot of pissed off enemies and stuff in this game. That's for sure. I've always liked the final chapter's name, An Evil Within. Okay, so I've saved that. And let's go back to the main menu so I can then access the model viewer. Alright, so this is Ruvik without his robe. Vicious burns have left his skin senseless and useless for regulating his body temperature. Ravaged by ceaseless headaches and physical and mental seizures, he was known for being close to the physical limits of his body. Alright, so this is the creature that we killed in this chapter, or in the previous chapter, Quell. Height 14 feet 1 inch 4.3 meters, weight 728 pounds 330 kilograms. A creature generated by Ruvik's desire to remain unseen by others. It changes color to blend in with its surroundings and uses its long tentacles to ensnare the unwary and slay them. Shit, did I actually cover that after that chapter of the ride? I think I did. Yeah, I think I showcased this. Just had to think for a second there. Yeah, I think I showcased this, but just in case I didn't, just want to double make sure. Heresy, height 30 pounds 2 inches, 9.2 meters, weight 3.8 tons. A monster with massive insect-like legs. The creature is a test subject who completely lost its identity while connected to the stem and went on a rampage, devouring the consciousnesses of anyone he found. So this amalgam and the amalgam core, I'll be showcasing these once we finish the game, because that's essentially the final boss. Alright, so into the final chapter of the game we go. Alright there. How trippy would that be? Hey now, bro, welcome. You finished AC2, started Brotherhood, still pissed that you lost the armor. Oh yeah. Yeah, being such a great piece of armor in the second game to then lose it at the start of the next one. GG's on finishing Assassin's Creed 2, and I hope that you have a good playthrough of Brotherhood as well. Oh, Jim, so it's the Altair armor that you can unlock in AC2 when you get all the seals, and then you unlock the armor in Monteriggioni, the room with all the statues in it. But at the start of Brotherhood, Ezio actually loses it and it gets destroyed. Well, I don't know if it gets destroyed, but you can't get it back. I don't know which versions, like with the Ezio Collection version in Brotherhood, I do believe that you can still go into the cosmetics of how Ezio looks and have the cosmetic look of the Altera armor, but you can't actually get the stat, like the armor in the game itself, again, for the stats of it. Just the appearance. Okay, so the only things that I have left in chapter 15, it would help if I actually went to the next chapter in the guide. There we go. Okay, so I've got a personal document, a missing person poster, 2 audio tapes, another document, and 1 more map fragment as well.
Nobody here at all?
Internal Affairs interview transcript, March 13, 2013. Investigator PHI. You know why you're here, Detective Castellanos. Because you people aren't doing your job. PHI. You've been pursuing an unauthorized investigation and using KCPD resources to do so. In addition, there are reports of threats, intimidation, and physical violence. Castellanos says, if you had any proof of those allegations, you'd be taking my badge and gun right now. PHI. You've obviously been careful, otherwise we would have. But we're watching you. Castellanos replies, you're not the only ones. PHI replies, what's that supposed to mean? Castellanos, keep following me. You'll find out soon enough. PHI says, you keep drinking like you do, we won't have to. Castellanos says, I've got work to do. Are we finished here? PHI says, for now, but you're on thin ice, Castellanos. If I get even one more report, you're through. And Castellanos says at the end, I'll be through when it's over. Detective Castellanos leaves interview room.
Ruvik?
Losing our minds. 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 Losing our minds.
First, I'll just grab this missing persons poster. Missing woman, missing short brown hair, brown eyes, responds to nickname. Okay, so they've redacted what the nickname is, but spoiler alert, so this is actually Julie Kidman, She's the detective that is working on this case with Sebastian and Joseph, and her nickname was actually Kid. And in the 2 DLC for this, where you actually play as her, you get to see her side of the story, and it also helps explain a lot of the story of the main game with what was going on, things about the stem, the actual machine, things about the Dr. Marcello who was working with Ruvik, also the shady organization called Mobius and all that kind of stuff as well. But yeah, that's what this missing poster is. It's of Julie Kidman when she was younger, before she left the village that she lived in, when she was growing up. And there's a lot more to a story than that, but that's just the basics of Julie Kidman's story. Not in this playthrough, but in October, as part of my Halloween game streams, I'll be actually doing another playthrough of this game. It'll also be the final phase of celebrating the game's 10th anniversary, but I'll be doing the 2 DLC with Julie Kidman. And there's also another DLC with the Executioner or the Keeper as well, which I've never done that one before. So I want to do that too in October. Now, bro, it's amazing how much they advanced the graphics and combat only a few years after AC2. Yeah, dude, that's the thing, right? Like, it came out the year after, and the things that they added to it, like the ability to do the chain kills, was just so good. For some, it might make it too easy, but the thing about it is, you can still definitely mess up. If you want to do it, like, there's a challenge involved in trying to never fail one. You know what I mean? Because you got enemies that attack you as you're attacking the other one, and you have to keep an eye on that and all that kind of stuff. So, but yeah, the combat in Brotherhood was really cool, and I really do like that game a lot as well. Sheila, work continues. I'll catch you in the next break. That's no trouble at all, Sheila. I really hope that work goes well, and I hope that you feel better soon. Would like to highly recommend people check out Sheila's channel if you haven't before. He's doing his first ever playthrough of The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt. He's also a fan of the Dark Pictures series of horror games by Supermassive, as well as the franchise Dead by Daylight and Mafia as well, and also Assassin's Creed. He's a great streamer with a great channel, so definitely recommend. Hope you have a good one, Sheila, and I'll still be streaming this for a bit yet, and then I'll be doing a stream later of Watch Dogs. So I'm sure I'll catch you on Twitch again sometime in the next few hours. But hopefully things go well with work. Jim, this is ironic. You're watching in the background Ghost Investigations? Oh, cool. So is it kind of like a documentary about the supposedly haunted places and stuff? Or is it one of those shows where you have like these people with the equipment and trying to detect supernatural activity and stuff? Yeah, nah, bro, the chain kills are just so cool. I'm glad that they carried that through to Revelations, Assassin's Creed 3, and Black Flag and Rogue, but it's a shame they got rid of it after that point. The AC3 combat is the best there's ever been. It has that Arkham-style rhythm combat. Yeah, I like the fighting style of Connor as well. It's more rough and tumble. It's more brutal. It's more sort of like, blunt force sort of like fighting style. He's like, a beast when he's fighting. You know what I mean? It's that kind of style. Whereas Ezio was a bit more sort of like refined and elegant, and he was more sort of like, not necessarily showy, but he was more of that kind of fighting style. Whereas Connor is more just get in there and the nitty gritty of fighting and stuff. The Tomahawk makes it look brutal. It really does. I love using that weapon. It's so satisfying as well. But there's a lot of really good combos and stuff that you can do in AC3 with the combat. Alright, so I have all 16 personal documents collected. There's only one more document in the game itself to get. One more map fragment. All the newspapers I've collected. One more missing person poster. Now the one more that is missing, you can't actually get it unless you start a new game plus and then in Chapter 2, you can find it on a New Game Plus. So what I'll do, when I actually finish the game, and I've covered like the model viewer of the final boss and all that kind of stuff, what I'll then do is start a New Game Plus save, only to get the missing person poster. So I'll be skipping cutscenes on a New Game Plus until we get to Chapter 2, and then I'll be getting the missing person poster, and then once I've collected that, that's when I'll actually call it a playthrough done. So we've got one more missing person poster to find, and there's 2 more recordings to get as well, which we'll get in the current chapter, the final chapter that we're on. Now, bro, you also love the ability to use guys as a shield to avoid gunfire. Now, that was really cool too, as well. It allows you to take out enemies that are more annoying too, as well. Like if you had one of those brute enemies and you get sick of their shit, if another enemy is about to shoot them, using them as a human shield is very satisfying. Jim, they're going to places searching for evidence of them. Oh, cool. Yeah, I don't mind what, like, whether it's real or not. I don't really, that part doesn't really bother me, as long as it's interesting and they do a good job at presenting the whole thing as well. But I like to look at that stuff too sometimes as well. Like I'll go on YouTube and look at things like ghost stories or urban legends and things like that. There's actually a good channel too that covers similar things like that, called the Y Files, and also 42. I mean, is another channel on YouTube that sort of looks into. Oh well, 42 looks into all sorts of things, historical stuff, things like that too. Whereas the Y Files is more stuff about, ghosts and like UFOs and time travel stuff and all that kind of thing.
Losing our minds. 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 Losing our minds.
Leslie!
Losing our minds. Losing our minds. Losing our minds. Losing our minds. This way.
Opticnerve.L.
Hey, wait!
Jim, you've been to Hobart Jail. Now that place is haunted, had cell doors open and close. Oh, really? How freaky would that be? Like, like just imagine that. Like just seeing something like that happen, or hearing things that aren't actually there. Prohibited zone. From this point forward, only select individuals may pass. Those without permission are asked to leave and contact the head office. Water.B.P.L. Jim, yeah, the amount of pain that was there is insane. Oh, yeah. The pain and, like, imagine the anger and the, you know, hatred and stuff. Jim, it was a jail for over 100 years. Oh, yeah. That's a very long, long time. Imagine how many people would have died there as well. Not just been in there and then left, but also died in there.
kid. Where are you taking me?
This way. This way.
It's going to come down.
This way.
Sebastian! Leslie!
Beacon, just like Joseph said.
Jim, yeah, I believe there is something you've seen, Nana, quite a lot. Oh, really, Jim? Yeah. That's something that's always sort of like fascinated me as well, is things like that. And sort of like certain things that cannot be rationally explained as well. Jim, you think she's guiding you when you screw up and start going down the wrong path? Yeah. I mean, it'd be very comforting as well. Hey there, Inmita. How's things, dude? How's the rest of your stream? Did you finish Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order as well? Or do you have, like, still story left or collectibles left? How's your day going? All good? Excellent. That's great to hear, dude. As for me, I'm doing really good. I'm on the final chapter of this game now. And the only collectibles I have left are in this chapter. And there's only one that you can only get on a New Game Plus. So when I finish the game, I'll start a New Game Plus, skip the cutscenes, and then when I get to Chapter 2, get that collectible. And then once that's done, that'll be the playthrough finished. But yeah, I'm going really good, and I'm having a good Friday as well. In Me Too, it was really good. Just when you were about to end, you got another big raid from Crocodiles. Never seen so many people on your stream before. Thank you again for the big raid yesterday. That is great, dude. That's awesome that you got another raid from Crooked as well. That's really, really cool, dude. Glad you had a great stream. And that's no worries at all for the raid as well. That's no trouble, dude. Jim, not many people think Australia is a haunted place, but we are one of the most haunted places in the world. Yeah, different sort of like locations and all that. One day I'd like to actually have a look at some of these places and be cool to see. Admit you have some story left. You focused on collectibles yesterday and almost collected everything in Zepho, 97%. You'll try to get all the collectibles before you finish the main story. Oh, great, dude. That's excellent progress. That's a good way to do it too. I definitely prefer to try to get all the collectibles or all the side stuff done in a game before finishing the main story. Because I feel like sometimes it's annoying to have loose ends after the story is finished. Sometimes it doesn't feel that way. But yeah, that's a good idea to try and get all the collectibles before finishing the main story. In Meta, yeah, you feel like you're at a point of no return, so thought you better collect everything before that, if you can, because there might be some places that unlock only after. That's true. Sometimes there's collectibles that will only appear, after the main story is done, or even access to locations and stuff.
I knew it.
Jim, Pup has his toy monkey that squeaks and he's throwing it and chasing it. Oh, that's so cool. Yeah, it's funny watching puppies with their toys and how they react and all that kind of stuff. I mean, hey, it's not just puppies that do that, of course, when they're grown dogs as well, but yeah, that's really cool, Jim. Nmeter, thank you so very much for the 200 bits. Thank you for that, I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Into this music, suspense. Oh yeah, dude. That's another thing about this game that I really like, is the music. If I had time, I'd also do another phase, like a third one, to do some kind of music thing, but I've only got limited time left before the year ends and other things to do, but I might try and do some kind of thing in phase 2 where I do also hear the music, but not to the same extent I do with other games where I turn the other volumes off. And in fact, I don't think in this game you can actually turn them all off anyway. Like you've got music volume, you got voice volume, but you got sound effect and cinematic volume. And if I turn the cinematic volume off, that means that there's no audio in the cinematics, even music. So I can't do like a pure music only run anyway. But what I could do is just basically, stand still in an area and let the music play until it loops and then just move on. Even if there's other sound effects going on and stuff. But that'll be in October.
You brought this on yourself.
Alright, so this is this audio tape we just heard. I just want to interact with it just in case I need to for it to count. I don't know if it counts just hearing it when you first land.
The sedative they used on me must have been my own. I was aware of every slice, every severed nerve.
Alright, so there's one more audio tape.
Every tug of flesh pulled away from my bones until absolute darkness overtook me. Darkness and pain. A thousand other sensations as they probed my cerebrum, examined my work. An eternity of intensity. Pain. Pleasure. Rage. Ecstasy. Blending together into a single piercing noise. Until the darkness was broken by sparks. Linked with dawn starlight.
Okay, so this is the note from the sewer. Or newer note from sewer. Newer note from sewer. Do you still dream of escape, so near at hand? What is the point of dreaming when your body lies here, never moving? Ah. I'm assuming that is Ruvik. Yeah, Mita, this is just a game, but when you think about it, the human mind is so fragile. Almost everyone can go crazy if put in a situation like this. Oh, absolutely, you know. Even someone who feels like they have the strongest mind, you know, if you put them in a situation like this, and also long enough as well, like who knows what kinds of, you know, things could happen with the mind. A woman, a man, two lovers, held apart for far too long, enveloped in the light of a glorious dawn. They both feel it, his home at last. Are these actual events, or merely a dream? A memory, or a glimpse of what is to come? One thing is certain, this scene takes place in another time and another place, far, far away from Night Springs. Thank you so much for redeeming that Arnie impression from Alan Wake's American Nightmare.
tonight's episode, the line between fact and fiction becomes hopelessly blurred, and nowhere as vividly as in Night Springs. The man before you is a champion of light. He is part of a conflict between darkness and light that is both ancient and eternal. He is chasing a dangerous quarry, the Herald of Darkness. His evil doppelganger, known only as Mr. Scratch.
Thank you for redeeming that Bane impression, also from Alan Wake's American Nightmare. Thank you so much for redeeming those, Dr. Darling. You've been sneezing all morning, very annoying. I would feel the same way too. I hate sneezing, especially too when you're trying to eat or you're trying to drink something at the same time as well. Scratching your Alan Wake itch right now? That's definitely fair enough, Dr. Darling. Yeah. So have you started? I can't remember if you started your playthrough of Alan Wake 2 yet or not. Yeah, me too, yeah. Oh, absolutely. That's the other thing too. That's one of I think that's what's fascinating as well about horror stuff that uses like psychological stuff is messing with the person. Is the character actually seeing what they're seeing? Are they actually hearing what they're hearing? Or is it all just part of some kind of like, imagination thing? Dr. Darling, no, you're too busy with WoW. But Alan Wake 2 is the first game you will play when you don't have things to do in it. Oh, that's totally fair. Yeah. Because when I get to Alan Wake 2, there'll be a lot of spoilers for it. Because I'll be doing a New Game Plus as well. And it doesn't work the same way as in other games where it's just, here's all the items you had. There's also new story stuff and other things as well. And some of that news story stuff also, relates to things that are in the game, even if you start from scratch, So it was kind of tricky to figure out what I wanted to do for Halloween with it, because I'd already done the really, really in-depth playthrough of it, and did the game from the start, but then also did the new game plus, and did that in a big thing that took a long time to get done. So when it came to October this year, I was like, I still want to do Alan Wake 2, but I don't want to do the game twice over, even though the second time around on New Game Plus, there's different story stuff. So I figured, what the hell, I'll just do a New Game Plus, and then any spoiler stuff or anything, I can just, what I remember anyway, because I've only played it. I haven't played it enough to remember a lot of stuff from it off the top of my head, but when I do play it in October on New Game Plus, I might be able to talk about some of the stuff that is in the game, that the story is, that the new story elements, incorporates and stuff. Okay, so that's that document. Okay, so we've got 16 of all the documents in the game, and also the personal documents as well. Just need one more map fragment. Gotten all the newspapers. One more missing person poster, but that's in the New Game Plus mode. One more audio tape to get. Alright, so that symbol that's on the door, that is the symbol of Mobius. And Mobius is essentially the Evil Within's version of Umbrella from Resident Evil or Abstergo from Assassin's Creed. Essentially a corrupt and powerful organization that has its fingers in so much stuff and has so much power, money, and influence over things and stuff. And so that is their logo. In the 2 DLC where you play as Julie Kidman, you actually find out a hell of a lot more about that kind of stuff. But all you get of it in the main story is seeing that symbol. And in the 2 DLC with Julie Kidman, I'll be doing that in the October playthrough. Not in this playthrough, though. Dr. Darling, that playthrough will be redacted for you. This is true, Dr. Darling. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, yeah. I still haven't decided whether I'll incorporate the Night Springs DLC into that playthrough either. I'll have to wait and see. It'll depend on timing. Hey there, Sona. Welcome. As fast as you rush through this game, you enjoy your little detours. Oh, very nice, Sona. That's cool. I'm glad that you enjoy. Because that's the great thing about sort of like taking in the environment is there's things that you can notice that you might not before. I had a few things that I didn't actually realize as well. When I first started this playthrough, like seeing references to Tango Works, for example, like their logo and stuff I never even saw before. Dr. Darling, you have the deluxe edition, so you will also play the DLCs, and then it will come out on Steam, and you'll hate your life. You'll be like, oh, now I've got to buy it on Steam. Like, damn it! But I already got it. Yeah, that's definitely cool too. You don't have to worry about paying extra on top to get those DLCs. Hey there, Zereth, welcome on in. The redacted map. The redacted map indeed. How's things going? Zereth, it's going redacted. Well, I hope that redacted is good redacted, and not bad redacted.
Leslie? time I realized Jimenez had betrayed me, it was too late. I was so close. He knew it. Knew that I was too focused to notice when he brought those men. They'd never gotten past my traps otherwise. Their device is a perversion of my own. The device I should have created. My data, my equipment, my theories, my mind. They replaced my husk of a body with a new dimension of torment.
So spoiler alert, they literally took Ruvik's brain. So Ruvik's body is long dead, but they took his literal brain, and it's his literal brain which is actually the host of the stem, the machine that everyone in this game's story is actually connected to. So that all their consciousness is combined, and all their sort of memories, all their sort of like fears and, you know, all that kind of stuff kind of gets jumbled up all over the place. The only one who has conscious influence over the environments in this simulation, so to speak, is Ruvik. But everyone else can contribute who's connected to the machine without actually realizing it and without, you know, intentionally doing it as well. So that's why there's all these different varieties of places and different things look certain ways, and there's certain elements that, you know, might be from one character's past or something that they experienced, a trauma and stuff like that as well. So there we go, that is the final audio tape for the playthrough. We'll go to archive and then have a look. There we go, 10 of 10 audio tapes. And Mita, that reminds you of a former Italian soccer player who was asked on an interview, how are things? And he said, sometimes good, sometimes shit. I mean, hey, that's a good way to put things, you know. Like that is true. There can definitely be different degrees, of course, of something good or bad, but yeah, to put it from one extreme to another, sometimes things are good, sometimes they're shit. Hey, cool man, welcome. Doing really good today, thank you. Things are going well. How about yourself? This is the final chapter of the game. Going to be finishing the game in this stream. There's one collectible, though, that you can only get on a New Game Plus save. So when I finish the game, I'm going to start that New Game Plus save. Thankfully, it's only in Chapter 2 that this collectible is in. And so basically I'll do a New Game Plus, I'll skip the cutscenes, and then when I get that final collectible, then I'll call it a stream and a playthrough. But yeah, it's going really good. How about yourself? Okay, so aside from the missing person poster, which is only available in New Game Plus, the one that we're missing, with the exception of that, the only thing I have left to collect on this save is this final map piece, map fragment, which we'll be getting to shortly. And then, because I've got all the map fragments, I'll be able to actually put them all together, because I've never done that before in a playthrough. And I've also got all the keys in the game, so that's when I will actually start. That's when I will actually use the keys that I've been hoarding. I just wanted to make sure that I kept the number of keys there, because if you use a key, it of course reduces the number count of how many keys you have left to use. I wanted to make sure that until I got all the keys, I could then go, right, okay, so I collected key 21. All right, cool, I've got 21 keys now, things like that. Hey there, Senny. Good day to you as well, Crooked. Welcome on in, dude. Things are going well. Almost finished the game. There's one collectible, though, that I have to get in Chapter 2 on a New Game Plus save. But I'll get that, of course, when I finish. But yeah, we're in the final chapter, so it's going really good. How's things going with you today? And there we go, that is map fragment 28. Okay, so we've got all the personal documents, gotten all the other documents, gotten all 28 map fragments, have all 21 newspapers, have one more missing person poster, but that's the one that you can only get in Chapter 2 on a New Game Plus save, 10 of 10 audio tapes, and I've gotten all 45 of the keys. Crooked, nice progress. So can you just load a chapter in New Game Plus, or do you have to play all the way until the collectible? Yeah, now that is a good question. I can't remember if you do or not. But Chapter 2 is the chapter where it's in. So luckily it's Chapter 2. Like, if it was Chapter, like, 6, I'd be like, oh, great. But yeah, since it's an early chapter, it's going to be a lot better, I'd say. You're doing well. You just came back from the doggo walk and going to put together a new chair for Levy in a bit. She now bought the same one you have because you've been switching since hers isn't as comfortable. Oh, that is great. I'm glad to hear that you're both doing well. And that's a good idea too. It's great to have that comfort. So that's awesome that she's also got the same chair that you do as well. Sounds like you had a great time with the doggo as well. Cool, man. You're doing well. You bought the world's hottest chips today. Oh, did you? Hopefully you didn't burn your mouth out. Great atmosphere just now. Haha, you found another one. How exciting. Absolutely, dude. I really like the rough around the edges look of the graphics in this. The sequel is a bit more polished in that regard, but I really do like that. And the music is so atmospheric in this game, and just like the visuals. I really like the transitions that you can find or that you can experience too as well. This is really, really cool. Sona, 12 out of 10 would recommend. Well, thank you very much for that high recommendation, Sona. Okay, that's not too bad then. That's true. Thankfully, chapter 1 is relatively short as well, so that definitely will help. And I'll skip cutscenes as well to save time on that.
Leslie?
Leslie! Cool, man. Not yet. You're going to try it tonight. Oh, that's fair enough. Glad to hear that you're going well. Hello there, Grace. Ahoy to you as well. Welcome on in. Hey, welcome back in Meta. Windows needed an update, so you had to restart. Oh, that's definitely understandable. Yeah, I've had that happen too recently. It was funny. I tried to avoid it by just going to restart my laptop. There was an option to restart and update, and I chose just restart, and it still updated anyway. I was like, damn it. Illusion of choice. Grace, how is the world of Rod? Well, the world is Rod. The world of Rod. The world is Rod. The world of Rod is going quite well, Grace. Gearing up for the end of the year with making plans for Christmas and all that fun stuff. But also making plans for my game schedule to figure out what I'll have to bust my ass to get done before the year ends and stuff like that. Working out what games I'm going to be doing for October with horror streams and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, things are going well. My favorite season is finished, winter, but I haven't minded the weather at the moment in spring. It's been pretty good. How about yours? Cool, man. Rod is love, Rod is life. Grace, the cake is a lie and the world is Rod. Yeah, seems legit. 100% certified. Forget AC Valhalla 100% challenge 4-year anniversary run. Now that would take me 4 years to get done. You know, I've never actually looked at that jacket before to see the logo for Mobius. This universe's version of Umbrella or Abstergo. Cool, man. Everyone take note. Everyone needs a rod in their lives, no matter what material. As long as it's a rod, it's a rod. It took you 7 months to 100% Valhalla? Holy shit. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a big time sink. Gracie Water's been Finally got moved, mostly. Currently in a hotel for a couple more weeks because you can't start the lease on your new place until the 3rd. Just recovering from another round of COVID. Thanks, co-worker friend. But otherwise, settling into the new job and doing what you can to enjoy the DMV, DC, Maryland, Virginia area. Sorry to hear about getting COVID, Grace. Like, yeah, having to get another round of it. Like, getting it once is enough, but if you get it more than once and also how long you have it for and stuff, like, that really, really does suck as well. And that's quite a wait, too. Can't start the lease and new place until the 3rd. Yeah, it's that thing of trying to get yourself sorted, but having to stay in like a temporary place can sometimes feel a bit like you're stuck in the sand. Hello, AC, welcome. You just like how the logo is the most detailed thing about it. That's true. No expenses were spared on that. Okay, so we don't have the ability to go into the mind hospital, as I'll call it. So whatever upgrades I want to get, we can only get it here in this chair. And there's a save here as well. No worries at all, cool man. Thank you so much for leaving the lurk. Thank you very much. AC, if that's how you get better stuff, you're out. Where is the big bad demon thing? And can you find some ketchup before you get there? You're crunchy and like to think you go good with it. The monster is like, need that crunchiness.
Hey, damn it! Hey, I know you're out there. Listen to me, goddammit! Don't ignore me! Hey, damn it! Hey, I know you're out there. Listen to me, goddammit! Don't ignore me! Hey, damn it! Hey, I know you're out there. Listen to me, goddammit! Watch out for his eye. What? If you want to live, you avoid Ruvik's eye. Watch out for his eye.
What's that supposed to mean?
You'll see.
Poor guy. Rest in peace.
Well, rest in peace, and let's cremate the body. Grace, you prefer to bring steak sauce in your back pocket. You like to think you'd be eaten by a dragon with a more refined palate. Yeah, that's something to consider. It's like you want to make sure that there's something really nice. AC, but dragons are smart and know that tomatoes are fruits and would never pass up a chance for a smoothie. Good old dragon logic. They're working on a higher level. Nice one, Crooked. Rest in peace, poor guy on fire. Malaka, I'm on fucking fire, is what he would say if he was alive. AC, that's not cremation. That's a Thanos snap. That's right, just into dust and nothingness. Tech, knowing tomato is a fruit, you respect it? Yeah, that's the thing about tomatoes, you know. Crooked, he comes back alive just to say that before vanishing forever. He's like, I've got something to say. Malaka, I'm on fucking fire. And Mita, there is much to do, and many collectibles on our horizon. Nice one, dude. Grace, you're already a fruit, and any dragon worth their salt wouldn't put ketchup on a fruit salad, so it would just really be a waste of your corpse. Well, that's the funny thing. Like I don't do it often, but I have had like tomato sauce on tomatoes. Inception style approach. You wouldn't credit that. It would land on the fucking eye thing. What fucking bullshit is that?
Out of ammo?
Talk about persistent, that enemy there. But yeah, you wouldn't credit it. The friggin' thing landed on that fucking eye, and I can't even pick it back up again off that eye. Alright, before I actually showcase the area in detail, because obviously it's pretty hard to do that when you got enemies up your ass the whole time. Before I do that, I'll catch up on chat. That's a good one, Senny, with a dash of ketchup. Dr. Darling, there is much to do and many malakas on our horizon. Isn't there always, though? Grace, that's so fucking weird, Rod. I appreciate that you're weird though, so go on with your bad self. Yeah, it's interesting that's the taste of having tomato sauce on tomato as well. I've also had sauce on eggs and stuff. I don't mind it in that. Tech Burger King, or for you, Rod, Hungry Jack's is doing 13 points per $1 on their app today. Oh yeah, that's the funny thing. In Australia, apparently, when they tried to expand out here, there already was an Australian burger place called Burger King. So in order to operate here in Australia, Burger King in America had to actually get renamed here to Hungry Jack's. Hey there, Drake. Welcome on in. It's Mobin time with Rod. Absolutely. How's it going, Drake? Welcome on in. Grace, wait, Burger King has a different name in Oz. What the fuck? Did not know that. This is true, Grace? Yeah. Yeah, so Hungry Jack's. Um, I don't know how different the menu are in terms of like country to country, but I think the color scheme and all that kind of stuff is still the same. Taking no Rod gets serious when he stops reading chat. His metaphorical hat turn around. Yeah. Although it is a bit hard to survive in a situation in this game like that because any step, like I could have died at any point as well. So it's a bit complex. Thanks for putting in the focus command, Crooked, and thank you for doing that too because it's still got Rod Zombie for when I used to be called that. Alrighty then. So that's now been edited. Hey there, Stardust. Welcome. You're telling me these monsters can climb too? They definitely can. Yeah, they can climb. They've also got guns and stuff like that. Some of them are even armored up as well. AC plot twist: Sebastian is really just in an insane asylum right now, and these are really the staff trying desperately to get him sedated. They're like, Sebastian, you don't understand. This is for your own good. He's like, no, you're all monsters. You're all monsters. Stardust guys, you ever thought about the irony in America? I mean, you live in Texas, but how come if Americans hate taxation, they still do taxes? Not too sure about that, Stardust, to be honest. Don't die, Rod. Yeah, I thought I was gonna there for a second, especially when you have an enemy that grabs you and knocks you off of something as well, and that rocket launcher guy is annoying. Tech progressivism is routinely called for higher taxes. Not to mention lobbying requires the people to subsidize solutions with higher taxes. Taxes as a concept was never meant to be permanent, but it was decided then and reinforced by the institution requiring it to begin with. Isn't it so crazy to think that it was just meant to be temporary? Drake, Dr. Salvador, and Evil Within. Great tribute, Bethesda. Yeah, Stardust, their comments were funny on it. Drake, he's a doctor after, he's a PhD in philosophy. That's true. AC, and the longer we chat, the less likely this Rob will be able to catch up. Oh, I try my best. Stardust, you're still working on your comic, haven't written more in a while. You don't think you'll catch up anyhow? It's too Batman focused, or should you say Bat focused? We jinxed it. Well, that's good. I hope your comic has been going well, though, Stardust. AC, dang it, we failed. Ah, well. There is another day. In Meta, thank you for redeeming the random horror movie quote. Thank you so much, dude. Alrighty then. So, I've got a quote, horror movie quote. Okay. Steve should never have opened this place again. There's been too much trouble here. Did you know a young boy drowned the year before those two others were killed? The counselors weren't paying any attention. They were making love while that young boy drowned. His name was Jason. I was working the day that it happened, preparing meals. Here, I was the cook. Jason should have been watched every minute. He wasn't a very good swimmer. We can go now, dear. I think we should wait for Mr. Christie. That's not necessary. I don't understand. Help me! Help! Help, Mommy! Help! Help, Mommy! Mommy, help! I am, Jason. I am. Jason was my son, and today is his birthday. Happy Friday the 13th to Jason Voorhees. There we go. So that's from the original Friday the 13th. Thanks for redeeming that in Meta. I thought that would be perfect timing for today because it is Friday the 13th. Thanks for redeeming that. Drake, you been well? You just got home from Manila. Tired, actually. Oh, well, I hope you get a good rest later, Drake. I'm glad to hear that you've been going well. Take another thing is McDonald's wasn't allowed to use golden arches everywhere, so there's a location where it's teal instead. There is a law in that area concerning harsh colors impacting the eye line. Damn. All these little things that you might not, have to need to consider and stuff. Thank you, cool man, for the lurking that you did. Welcome back. Thank you for redeeming the Arnie movie scene impression. Cool man is right on break. Oh no, dude, no. No, I was just looking for a horror movie quote. Thank you for redeeming the Arnie movie scene impression. So this other guy, he's a Terminator like you, right? Not like me. A T-1000. Advanced prototype. You mean more advanced than you are? Yes. I'm a medic polyalloy. What the hell does that mean? Liquid metal. Where are we going? We have to get out of the city immediately and avoid the authorities. Listen, I gotta stop at my house first. I want to pick up some stuff. Negative. The T-1000 would definitely try to reacquire you there. You sure? I would. Thanks for redeeming that, cool man, and that's from Terminator 2. Really sounds like he's reading a book to the children about Jason. Could you imagine turning Friday the 13th into like a children's book? It'd be like Disney taking Grimm's fairy tales and making them more family friendly. So we've dealt with all the enemies in this part. Now I'm going to do a showcase of what the environment looks like because there's no enemies now at this point in this little section to deal with. Cool, man. Well, this certainly shows the phobia of being watched. I know, right? Like all the eyeballs that are in the ceiling of this part of the game. It makes it nice. You'd forgotten that it was Friday the 13th today. It's your day off today, so you forgot. Oh, that's fair enough. In Meta, yeah. Yeah, that was good that you redeemed that horror movie quote, because I was hoping someone would on this day. So I could do a Friday the 13th one. AC, the art design team, and the playtesters had a fight about how many eyes is too many. The playtesters lost. Yeah, it's like how many eyeballs should you actually put in a scenario like this? And then the art design team was like, yes. ACG5, you sunk my battleship. And blood was everywhere. Cool, man. Does everyone know what that line about stopping the smell of the roses? This sums it up. Yeah, that's a good way to put it as well. It's just crazy a lot of the work that gets put into stuff like this. On some level, you might think, oh yeah, just slap stuff together and throw it in and just walk off. But there's definitely thoughts that had to be put into choices of to where to place these things and why and all that kind of stuff. Hey there, Lizzie. Good morning to you. Welcome. How's your day going today? That's okay, Stardust. That's no worries at all. I hope that work goes well for you. Thanks for stopping in for a bit. Hope you have a great Friday. Lizzie, you're doing good. Your brace should come today, so you're going to shower today and try it on, hopefully. Oh, that's great, Lizzie, that it's today that's going to be turning up for you. That's really good. That would definitely be a relief for you to know that it's arriving today. AC is suddenly very aware of how weird you type. Take your keyboard, turn it 90 degrees so the spacebar is on the left side. Hashtag typing. That sounds very complex as well. Like, yeah, that'd be very tricky. So there will be some sections where it will be impossible to showcase things in this way. Because there's like parts where you have like these things that will crush you in one go, and you got to be quick. So I can't just stand around and showcase things in those parts. Kind of hurts too. I imagine it definitely would. fuck. It randomizes where the thing is that you need to press the timing for. You can kind of see it on the bomb before you disarm it, but you also have a slight delay from when you press the button to when it actually does what it needs to do. But luckily this isn't a Kumu mode, otherwise it would have been killed in one hit. On a Kumu, if Sebastian even stubs his toe, he'll die. Not literally, but pretty much one touch from an enemy and you're dead. On a Kumu. You motherfucker. Hello Sadie, welcome. Good morning. Hope you're having a good day so far. Things are going well. Almost finished the game. On the final level. Sadie, it's going as well as it can be. Doing more training today, though. Oh, well, hopefully it ends up being a great Friday, especially being the end of the week as well. Hopefully the training goes good, too. Dr. Darling, on Monday you have to wake up at 6:30 a.m. to get your mother to the doctor's appointment at the hospital. Oh, do you really? Yeah, 6:30 a.m. That's definitely understandable.
Ruvik.
I created this world. You cannot keep me here.
Hello, Feebler. It's going really good on the final chapter of the game. Almost finished the playthrough. How's things going with you? I've already showcased this environment, so I won't be doing the stop and move the camera for this part. So now they won't let you actually use your chair to upgrade stuff. All they let you do is make a save if you need.
If I make it out alive, I'm never riding in an elevator again. Dr. Jimenez? Leslie. It can't be.
When's the last autosave? 29:58. I'll let it slide.
Help! Help! Sebastian, get away from him. Sebastian, listen to me. Stop. Your interests are the same as ours.
Look, I get it. You're not just some rookie detective, and this is not just some ordinary kid. You killed Joseph and you shot me. So right at this moment, that's enough reason for me not to trust you.
You're a good man. That's why Doesn't matter anymore. If you know who this kid is, if you know anything, you know why he can't be allowed to live.
Bullshit. It's Ruvik. He's the one that... Leslie, stop. Leslie!
Mind transfer complete. Hey Ishimura, how's it going? Welcome on in.
I created this world. You cannot keep me here.
Ruvik.
I'm doing good, thanks Ishimura. Things are going well. Just want to roam around this and show it off a bit before doing what I need to do.
I'm going to finish this.
Vital signs, sir.
There's Tatiana in the background.
Leave that one. And those two. They're not going anywhere. No one can.
Detective, are you all right? Is there anyone else?
Just give me some real fresh air.
Rubik successfully transplanted his consciousness into Leslie.
Find myself within darkness twisting me around. There is nothing I can do. This world doesn't span. It just turns itself around and around. The night jumps tight in the can't breathe to dream. Long way down, suffocating endless dream. Long way down, long way down, long way down. Losing all I know. Hope is trapped and lost. Walking a tightrope bound to slip. Sound is a twisted lullaby. Touch is the slice before the blood. Soon something's got to give in. Can lose control. Remember to focus, so I can find my way out. Can't breathe to scream. Long way down, suffocating endless dream. Long way down, long way down, long way down. Don't give up the light. You
tech side of that brain on the floor with glass reminded you of the horror film in Iron Giant. Don't actually recall that in that movie. I've only seen that once, though. But yeah. I've been doing well, Ishimura. Things have been going good. I've had a lot of games on my to-get-to list before the year ends. But, getting there. I only have 20 or so left. Thank you, Enmita, for the GGs. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Darling, for the GGs as well. Until New Game Plus. Yeah, I've got to do a little bit of gameplay on New Game Plus to get the final collectible. Thank you for the GGs, Ishimura. Easy peasy. Oh yeah, simple. Thank you, Sadie and Dobledore, for the GGs as well. Hey there, Dobledore. Thanks for the GGs. How's things going? So I'm going to let the credits play out to the end, just to pay respects to the people who worked on the game for its 10th anniversary. And the only collectible I've got left is the missing persons poster of Sebastian. But the only way to get that is to do a New Game Plus and get it in Chapter 2. So I'll be doing that to get that sorted. There's also some character models of stuff from that chapter that I want to cover as well and read their bios about. Exactly, and Mita, don't you love it? All that horror, and then we get some piano music to relax. Something nice and peaceful. Alright, so as a clear bonus, we get the machine gun, the rocket launcher, 50,000 skill points acquired, which still won't be enough to get me to get all the skills, but I'm not doing that for this playthrough. Alright, so there we go. So, taking my time, getting all the collectibles, and standing around, moving the camera around to showcase the game environment. All that, and 30 hours of gameplay. Died 39 times. Save this. There we go. Back to title menu. And we're going to go to model viewer. Dr. Darling, and then a scare jump at the end. You got to put that in there too, as well. Okay, so I'll go down the list to what we saw in that chapter. And other stuff. Okay, so we have the amalgam. Amalgam. Height 68 feet 11 inches 21 meters. Weight 320 tons. A creature that combines the anger and animosity of the victims of Ruvik's research and his own madness. It grows larger as it absorbs the fear and hatred around it. And then we have the amalgam core. Buried deep within the creature's body, Ruvik is only vulnerable when it opens its head, exposing the core. See, there's little Ruvik. ZX Abyss, thank you for the follow. Lizzie, so small. This is true. Yeah, the creature is about 28 meters high, I think. No, yeah, well, 21 meters high, 68 feet tall. How's it going, Abyss? Welcome. Cool, man. Sorry you're out of stream. Phone died. It's in charge now. And you can say, you don't have the hottest corn chip if you have a low tolerance to chili. Oh, that's okay. No need to apologize, cool, man. I hope that your phone is going good. And you don't have the hottest corn chip if you have a low tolerance to chili. Yeah, I don't know. I'd probably have to have a long drink of milk or something with milk in it to actually, if it was like really, really spicy. I prefer mild. Yeah, Lizzie, so pretty tall. Okay, and let me see, so... Alright, so rocket launcher. This military rocket launcher is incredibly destructive. Exhaust is directed out the rear to reduce recoil. Usage has been simplified to the point that anyone can operate it. There's also some weapons that I think you need to do other difficulties and other things to unlock, but I'm not going to worry about doing that. But I'll still cover their bio and show their character model. Brass Knuckles. Worn around the knuckles, this weapon increases the strength of physical attacks. Playing Akumu mode on New Game Plus when you can actually use this is very handy because one hit kills on most enemies. Well, haunted enemies at least. Like you couldn't walk up to the Quell monster and just punch it and then it'd be dead. Machine gun. A light machine gun, presumably military issue. It uses rifle ammunition so it doesn't pack a strong punch, but it doesn't kick much and is stable when firing. Abyss, will I play Evil Within 2? I won't be, no. Yeah, just doing this first game for its 10th anniversary. High penetration sniper rifle. A sniper rifle with improvements made to the barrel and action. It has a carbon stock and a collapsible bipod. This high-end rifle is used by military and police sniper teams. I've played it before, but I haven't played it for a long time, but yeah, I won't be fitting it into this year's schedule. Code, it's so simple, even a child could use it, and they do. Yeah, it's like, here's a rocket launcher. Okay. How's it going, Code? Double-barreled shotgun. A side-by-side double-barrel shotgun. It is a dependable weapon with a high rate of fire and is a perennial favorite among hunters. Burst handgun. Pulling the trigger of this special handgun fires 3-shot bursts. This damage-centric weapon is good at suppressing enemies, but is not well suited for conditions where ammunition is scarce. Code, okay, trying to fill your missing collectibles in Forbidden West. So how many roughly do you have left to get? Handgun automatic. The automatic handgun preferred by Joseph. Originally designed for the military, it is sturdy and reliable. It has an excellent rate of fire and reload speed. Oh, you got 80 collectibles left? Just a few. I mean, that's 20 less than the feathers in AC2. Alright, so I have also covered every single thing in the model viewer and showcased each character model and also read their bios. Alrighty then, so next thing to do before finalizing the playthrough To get the final missing persons poster, I need to start a New Game Plus playthrough. I'm not going to be watching cutscenes, I'm going to be skipping those, and I just need to get to Chapter 2, because that's where the missing person poster will be found. Okay, here we go. Choose the data you wish to play. A chapter will always be started from the beginning, even if the save game data was from partway through the chapter. Any data from partway through a chapter will not be carried over. Oh, we can skip straight to the chapter. That's cool. That's awesome. That works out really well. Okay, so I just need to do that. Alright, found Safe Haven Noticeboard. Excellent, cool. Alright, so we'll just go boom on this, because I'm only doing this to show that I've got the final collectible. Skip cutscene when I can. Very nice. We're pretty much here at the start of this chapter. In October, when I do Phase 2...
Hello? Anybody there?
I'm going to start on a New Game Plus. I don't normally talk over cutscenes, but I'm doing so because we've already seen this in the playthrough.
Whatever.
I'm just doing this to get the missing persons poster. And also all the map fragments as well. I assume that, well, hopefully it'll show.
A hospital.
This place is necessary for you. You're always welcome here.
I've been hospitalized.
I'm afraid I cannot answer that. Please.
Here we go. Alright, so you can't get this unless you do a New Game Plus. Sebastian, missing Sebastian Castellanos. Crimson City police detective disappeared while investigating missing person case.
Sign in here. Without signing in, there is no way to ensure your future memories. This way, please.
Just want to check something. There we go. Alright. Now I want to be able to unlock all the lockers in the door. I just need to do this section here because it's part of the you must do this kind of thing.
You are all right.
Beat you to it.
Please, relax. Please, have a seat.
Oh, a free seat? Thank you, Tatiana.
What the hell?
You mustn't fight it. This is for your own good.
No. Stop.
There we go.
There now. You see? All better.
Lady, am I going crazy?
I'll be waiting.
Skip the cutscene. Now just play until we can go back into the save room. Safe room, safe haven.
Shit. What the hell is going on? Where am I? Kidman, where are you? Connolly! Connolly? My God, Connolly.
Hurts!
Whoa.
What the fuck?
Were you warning me about this? You are Leslie, right? I'm a police officer. Maybe I should help you.
Should help you.
Shit. How am I gonna get you to a hospital?
Hospital. Hospital!
What the fuck?
Hello, Bioshock. How's your day going today? Okay, so I'll run up here and just need to get to the safe haven again.
Shit. What the? Back here again.
Alright, so now that we're back here again, let's see if I can get the thing where she introduces the keys.
I don't know if that was a bad dream, or this is.
Whatever is the matter.
Yeah, Tech, there's more. There was a collectible that doesn't pop up unless you get New Game Plus started, and there's also the map fragments that I got that I want to complete, and also the lockers to open up. Alright, so I've got 45 keys, 45, and that's the amount of keys that there are in the whole game, 45. So I got all of the keys collected. I got all of the personal documents collected, all of the documents collected, all of the map fragments, all of the newspapers, all of the missing person posters now, all the audio tapes. So now to just use these. Now in Phase 2, in October, I'm not going to actually save this New Game Plus save. So in October, when I start a New Game Plus, I should still have all 45 of these keys. But just to show that I can actually unlock them all, to prove that I got all the keys, I'll just unlock them all the lockers. I didn't realize there was another key in the locker. That's interesting. Alright, there we go. All 45 keys that were collected in the game were collected. So I've opened up all lockers that there are. And this key here must just be put in there as a gift for people who weren't getting all the keys, who wanted to get the chance at opening another locker with if they had, 0 keys. I'll still collect it though, just to collect it. Oh, it gives you 2? Interesting. Okay. Alright, so that's that done. Now, I've never ever done this in any playthroughs before. I've never collected all the map fragments. So this is how you get the high penetration sniper rifle. Upgrades to the barrel and action of a standard sniper rifle have given it a superior penetration power. Skill points applied to sniper rifle apply to this weapon as well. There we go. That's cool. Burst handgun. Nice. This burst capable automatic pistol has a high rate of fire and can do a lot of damage to enemies. Awesome. There we go. Okay, so that is the playthrough, Phase 1, Collectibles and Showcase, of celebrating this game's 10th anniversary. Phase 2 will happen in October with my other horror streams I'll be doing in that month. And in that playthrough, I'll be playing through the game again, of course, but I'll be doing the 3 DLC, the 2 Julie Kidman ones, and then also the Executioner DLC. I've never done the Executioner one ever, so that'll be a first time run for that DLC. But that will be in another playthrough. And so now my Evil Within playthrough is done. Alright, so this is the end of the playthrough of Evil Within, Phase 1, Collectibles and Showcase of celebrating its 10th anniversary. I was going to do a stream of Watch Dogs today, but by the time I have a half an hour break, it'll be 11 p.m. and I don't want to do an hour stream, so I don't feel like streaming until 2 a.m. in the morning, which is what it would be if I did like a 2-hour stream, let alone a 3-hour stream, which would be 3 a.m. in the morning. So I'm going to call it a stream day. So the next stream of Watch Dogs will be next Friday, but the next stream you'll see from me will be Assassin's Creed 2. And if you see me streaming that, then you know it's become Saturday here in Australia. Just want to thank everyone so much for watching the stream. I really appreciate it. Just want to give some shout outs. Would like to highly recommend people check out the following streamers. Crocodiles, who's doing a playthrough of Hellblade, Senua's Sacrifice. He's doing that as part of his historical order run, where he's doing over 20 games or more in timeline order across different series and franchises, and he's currently up to Hellblade, which takes place in the 700s. And he's got a lot of games lined up. He's going to be playing through games that are set up until the 1940s. Schiller Locke is also highly recommended. He's doing his first ever playthrough of The Witcher 3. Also a big fan of Dead by Daylight and the Dark Pictures series of horror games. Mitra is also definitely recommended. He's been doing some Grand Theft Auto 4 for his first playthrough, also playing through Skyrim, as well as Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order. Mr. Gote is a streamer of games like Banishers Ghosts of New Eden, as well as Dead Space, Elden Ring, and the Outlast games. Also highly recommend checking out AC. He's done a playthrough recently of Dishonored, doing an all-kill run. He's also doing a playthrough of Dishonored, Death of the Outsider. Amateur Tech has been doing some Helldivers 2. Sadie has been playing through Alien Isolation, as well as Assassin's Creed Syndicate. And, yeah, definitely recommend checking out those channels if you haven't before. Dr. Darling, Luke Skywalker, no!
No, that's not true. That's impossible.
That's okay, Mita. No worries at all for the stream. You take care as well, dude. Thank you so much for being here too. That's okay, Tech, for the shout out. No worries at all. No worries, Sadie, for the stream and the shout out either. Absolutely no problem. And same to you as well, Mita. No worries for the shout out, dude. That's okay, Lizzie. Thank you so much for being here too. No worries at all for the stream. Thank you everyone for watching. I really do appreciate it. The next stream you'll see from me will be Assassin's Creed 2, which means it's Saturday for me, and then on Monday I'll be jumping back into Tomb Raider with Tomb Raider the Angel of Darkness to continue my marathon. And next Friday I'll be doing Watch Dogs. Thanks again everyone for watching, and catch you next time.